It's been nearly 50 years since the introduction of the fantasy role-playing game. In that time, we've traded tomes of paper and ink for virtualized manifestations of the table. But this great game of the mind has always taken place in our collective imaginations. Welcome to Alchemy RPG. Create interactive scenes and experience gameplay in an intuitive storytelling environment, meticulously designed to amplify cinematic immersion within the theater of the mind. Craft your worlds beyond words. Immerse yourself and your players in your creations with lore-rich articles. Fully mechanized NPCs, and pre-made player characters. Effortlessly stream your tales directly from Alchemy, while onlookers cheer for your heroes on perilous paths of adventure. Discover a universe of immersive story worlds like never before, with unforgettable adventures ready to be had at the touch of a button. Breathe new life into your stories by harnessing the power of the Alchemy platform, a window into any world.
2 days in a row, everybody. 2 days in a row. How's everybody doing this morning? I can tell you that I am exhausted today. I stayed up way too late yesterday working. But that doesn't mean anything. Got work to do today. Got coffee. We got some horror news. And I got some stuff to work on today. So let's dive into this. This seems weird. This seems really weird. Lights on. If I stay like this, maybe. Like that. Yeah. I love when my camera decides that today is the day that I need to fix it. Hey, everybody. How we doing? I am beat. My voice is maybe 10% more back, but nothing fantastic. We have a lot to do today. So today is a work day. I want to try something. I didn't try putting this on before. I'm gonna do this. Is that bright over there? What if I turn one off? It's a little more tolerable. I don't love it, but it is what it is. So I have a ton of things for us to look at, like a ton. Nick talked about looking at a comic book called Last Girl. I picked a couple copies of that up. I figure we'll look at that a little bit. Probably won't read the whole thing, but we'll take a look at it. And then we're going to be doing... What did I put for my notes today? Chat, horror news, Magic and Monsters Daggerheart work. I want to finish the back of the Cartographer's book. And then look over Final Girl. And that, looking over Final Girl, is the comic book. I want to see if I can set it up here. I have a feeling this board is so big. I don't know if I can play it on this desk. I don't want to set it up over there. It's just too much work to walk back and forth. I could set it up on this tray and put a second camera over it. Oh yeah, no, it just reconnected. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely a little internet issue. Huh. Oh, it looks like it's fixing itself. I'm seeing if I can fix it. Yeah, it looks like it's the internet. We'll see if it picks back up while I'm doing shit. Anyway. Today's a nice chill day of just working. Nothing crazy. Just kind of busting shit out. You know what I mean? I'm looking for my horror news here. I wrote it all down and now it's not pulling up. But I haven't memorized. If it's going to come to that, I guess I can try to memorize it and look it up manually if it wants to be this today. Usually it's good about it, but today's August 8th, right? Yeah, there we go. Then let me grab the web. We want that. There we go. There we go. I don't have to get mad now. So we have a bunch of cool horror news. This isn't a recorded section. This is something we usually just talk about. But I have a whole list of things I found while I was gone and while I was laying in bed at Gen Con. So let me scroll up. Where's this guy at? I want to start from the very beginning, and then we'll end it with what Todd sent into Discord if nobody watched it. So the biggest one that I'm excited about is probably weapons. So we're definitely going to look at that. And then we're going to look at Witchboard. And Holy Ghost. These are the ones I found the most on right now. Tech Radar. Is this the same article? Is Tech Radar? Yeah, it is. Okay, so look at that. There's no real big horror news like that besides the one. And there's one other thing I knew I wanted to talk about. Oh, this. Here it is. Oh my God. Go away. Go away. Don't care. Don't care. And we'll end with that one. We're going to watch it. Hopefully I don't get in trouble. Because you know how they are about you watching even movie trailers, which is the most ridiculous fucking thing to me. I think that's everything I want to look at there. And we're going to start checking some stuff off. So, with that, let's, do I want to record this segment? I think I might clip it instead of recording it. I think that makes more sense. Yeah, clipping it makes more sense than recording it, I think, because I usually don't record this segment. I feel like I usually just have it as part of this rundown. I've been trying to decide my process, since this is a work show, what parts I want to record to keep, to put out, and what parts I want to do edit work on, which is the recording, or the parts that I don't want to edit on, and just clip them. First world designer, content creator problems. So anyway, let's go over to the worksheet. All right. So let's talk some horror movie news. I don't want to start with character check. I want to start with this. 7 new horror movies on Prime Video, Shudder, HBO Max, and more in August. There's so many ads on all of these news sites that become so difficult to read. Like, so incredibly difficult to look at. And I'm thinking about pulling them all into an RSS feed instead of having this shit pop up. But anyway, 7 horror movies that are out right now. Anaconda, August 1st, Netflix. It is a classic if you've never seen it. I actually like this movie. As bad as it is, from 97. Final Destination Bloodlines, his last role. That is on here as well. I have not watched this. I probably am going to watch this one. Maybe I'll do that today. Happy Death Day. I watched this. This was okay. A little bit of a slasher movie. You can rent it. I found places you don't have to rent it. This is great. The first of many clown movies is Killer Clowns from Outer Space, which is actually what it says on the tin. Well-known sci-fi comedy is worth your time. I love this movie. They made a video game for it, too, if you've never seen the video game. The video game is very fucking entertaining. I highly recommend watching the video game if you never have. Or not playing the video game if you never have. Gags the Clown. I don't know if I have ever seen this. That's on Shudder on the 7th, which was yesterday. The Monkey. I watched this. It was okay. Clown on a Cornfield. Actually surprisingly fun. I watched this with some friends. Those are the ones that are like out now. And then we'll go to our next section. I'm excited for this. New horror movie coming out is The Weapon. Movie streaming on Netflix or HBO Max. That's what they're talking about right now. There's still a month left in summer. But horror movie season is coming earlier this year with Weapons. A few horror movies opening in theaters this weekend. Horror movie fans have eagerly been waiting. Weapons release date was Zach Krieger's follow-up to the 2022 word-of-mouth hit, Barbarian. I was just talking to Bear and Allie about Barbarian. I wasn't a fan. I didn't hate it. I thought it was kind of average. Okay? Thought it was kind of average. Something about it, I don't know. I just wasn't a fan of it. But it was shot really well. So Weapons is coming out now, but he's in it, and I really enjoy him in movies. So you got Josh Brolin, Julia Garner, Carrie Christopher, Alden, I think it's Heinreich, Austin Abrams, Benedict Wong, and Amy Madigan. This looks really good. Positive reviews overall. Did really well. I think this one hit Cannes, if I remember, the horror movie version. So it's pretty cool. If you're new to HBO, you can sign up and get it. It looks like this releases this month. I don't know when, though. That's streaming on Netflix and likely not being Netflix sued due to the Warner Bros. Release. We'll have a streaming home on Warner Brothers' own streaming service, HBO Max, if you want Weapons movie at home theater. You have to wait for it to be on film or to buy or rent the platform or wait for it to hit. So it's not going to be out. It's going to be in movies first. But this looks pretty good. Next up, Witchboard. They're rebuilding or redoing an old horror movie. Old horror movie. So this is coming back. This is in process right now being edited. It may even release this month. Hold on. Does this release this month? Yeah. This releases this month too. Witchboard is going to be... When is this? Witchboard. August 15th. Holy Ghost. Love this picture. Bears are creepy. If Drew was here, he would tell you. He's been dealing with bears in a video game he was just playing. It's not good. It looks like Holy Ghost is August 1st. It came out. Indie in US. I think I saw Holy Ghost was at the Oriental Theater out here. The OA. Caretaker. I saw this already. It was fun. It was up for a lot of awards because he's mute in the movie. We're going to talk about Final Girl later on. I also snagged one of the comics here to take a look at. I think this is the one that Nick was talking about. It looks like you got to vote on if they live or die, which is kind of cool. It's from 2022. So we're going to be taking a look at that later. But other than that, yeah, it's been a pretty chill morning. I got up a little while ago. Oops, wrong thing. Pretty chill overall. I wanted to get into doing some design stuff. I feel like I'm behind because I was at Gen Con for a week. I feel like this happens every year that I go. Every single year. I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great. And then I never ever get it together before I leave because I end up having to do work for a bunch of people. But what I'm really excited about in horror movies is what Todd put up in Discord yesterday. This one's a doozy. I'm gonna play it. I'm probably gonna get in trouble, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Sit up a little higher here. That's right. Looks like we're getting a short on the 15th under the Jason universe.
You all settled in?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, look at this.
Got a beautiful spot here.
These properties had a bit of a troubled past.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, you know, the usual story.
I guess tall shit.
Revenge.
Open a Camp Crystal Lake.
What happened? Anyway, you kids have fun.
I wonder if it's him. Oh, August 13th. So that's coming out. I'm really excited for that. You can see some of the stuff I've been watching lately. Those of Horizon Design, my favorite metal female singer lately, new cyberpunk stuff, Friday the 13th trailer, Hot Ones. Yep, you see who that is. Trading in Sagat, little Matt Colville, Life Ruined. I don't think he ruined his life. I think people are just being over dramatic and want drama with the most popular streamer, or was the most popular streamer. This gentleman, if you've never watched his stuff, Ghost Pirate Entertainment, he goes through all the horror movies that are out. I really like his content. And he even showcases the different movies. I like his stuff a lot. So if you've never watched his stuff, I highly recommend it if you're a horror movie fan. I'll drop in chat here. Put our music back on. But yeah, he is super cool. I don't know how long he's been doing it for. I feel like I've been watching his stuff for quite some time, to be honest. There you go. But that takes us to work time. It's all the fun we get to have today. So, I'm going to clear out all this. I have a lot of stuff to do. None of it sounds like fun today. Usually when I'm working on something, I get excited. Today is one of those days where I'm really sitting down and just having to do the work until it feels fun. I know I need to redo the back of the Sojourn. And I know I need to do my Magic and Monsters stuff. Quest cards are already done. Now let me go over so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So you guys can see all the work I have. This is what my Canva looks like right now. It's a lot, dude. There's a lot in here now. Here's the Daggerheart framework. Okay. Well, we have this. I'm going to bring this over, because I'm going to need it to cross-reference stuff for frameworks. Obviously, this is not the logo, everybody. This is just me designing shit. We're going to lock this back. So this will get the final logo appeal eventually. So did I label all these? Let's go through and label. Inside front cover. The goal here is to get a layout that's clean with worksheets at the bottom so that I can go through and really kind of have a working framework that I can hand out to people. And I have a lot of the rules already. A lot of them. I have kind of a background. I should probably make more of the background, to be honest. To kind of get it to where it's, I don't want to say self-sufficient, but clean and ready to where I can just drop things on it. But I've been leaning towards going with a white background more and more. Because if you go into Daggerheart, and I don't like duplicating exactly what companies do. From point of clarity, I don't like doing that. I would rather make my own. Okay? So we're going to set the, I don't want to set the wide. I want you to, no, I'll set the wide. I'll set the wide. So they have a nice white textured background. I'm kind of thinking about duplicating that process of look. I already have my headers and footers. They have some art that bleeds around. I'll probably do that. I already have my chapter frame and how I want it to look. Well, they have the solid color. I went with the pink on mine. Let me move this over. I went with the pink on mine here. So inside front cover, a blank page that I can take there and leave or remove. License and credits. I already have that at the bottom, and then I'll put all my info there. Table of contents. I put 2-column because that is the format for this. It should be 2-column art. Right? 2-column art. But what this is going to become is frame overview. Framework overview. Is that what they call it? That's actually a good question. No, they don't. Oh, the pitch. The pitch. That's what it calls. Framework pitch. So we got the pitch. Overview. Community. Ancestry and classes. This is going to be a big chapter here, by the way. I just know it. Like, I have to redo and touch all the ancestries and that change. And then I have to see ancestors that change, and then I have to go through all the class stuff. Well, I'm going to take an allergy pill here. I can feel my allergies kicking in. I think it's my congestion. Okay. The wonderful world of drugs. There we go. I feel my eyes getting scratchy. It's like 90 something here and warm as shit. Like, real warm. So, anyway. Answer some texts. So I think where I'm going to start, probably should pull up Magic and Monsters. Go to Google Drive. Pull up MmmM. I'll have to update that later. Man, Google Drive does not mess around. So I got my card taken or given out to somebody on accident at Gen Con. And my Google Drive payment is due in like a day. And like, if you don't have this done by the 13th, we're gonna cancel your account. It's like, guys, I just had my card taken. Can you take a breather? Can you please take a breather? It's gonna be okay. Insanity. But my new card came today. So, a good old card. You can activate it here or call, or you can use your PIN at the ATM to do it. So, I'm going to do this after the show. It's going to be like job number 1 to do. But, so this is our Magic and Monsters. I have it at 125. I think I'm going to do it at 150. So we have a lot here we can pull. And I feel like a lot of the writing is done. I obviously need to edit and do touch-ups because it's a guest. We have an introduction. I like having an introduction of my stuff. I really do. So I'm probably going to cut this. I'm going to go back over to here. And I usually have table of contents. I'm going to duplicate these. Right? Just so there's another set. Because it will go boom, blank page, table of contents. Because it's 2-page spread. So it's outside cover, inside cover, page. Flip. License, table of contents, flip, and then this would be welcome. I think this can go away, and this can be where I put it at. We don't need this. So we have this kind of locked down. And then I'm going to take this 2-column format. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to take this 2. We're going to go back. And instead of this being the license, also, I don't like that. I don't like this. I like it when I can scroll it better. Because I feel like I know what it is. What I'm looking at. I'm going to put a welcome in here. So obviously this color doesn't work. We got to make this dark. I like this off dark gray. Which I think is what I'm going to go with. This is dark gray for the text. So this one, I made this thing up, right? Like I obviously made this quickly. But I kind of like the way it reads. So I'm tempted to redo it. Like ungroup it, right? Delete this out because we don't need that second line. And do oh, that's right. This is 2 pieces. I forgot I did it this way. Such a fucking psycho. Why would I do this to myself? Why would I ever do it this way? I remember doing this the first time and I was like, man, this is a bad idea. And then I did it anyway. And I'm still doing it because for some reason I like the look of it. So that's the edge of the paper. That's the top. I kind of want to lock things in here like this. Just group it. Kind of line it up. And then take these and bring them up. The only thing I don't like is what it does here. This gap looks weird to me. Right? But anyway. So we're going to paste it in here and see how much space it takes. Only has one column. Okay. Man, if I can... Can I do this successfully? Hold on. I mean, it's spicy. It's spicy. Definitely has that vibe that I did for Reachers. I want to look at theirs really quick. Like, how are they handling these things? Everything's just a bold blue overview and across information. Yeah. Probably should go with this. With a title bar across the top. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna fix this now. I'll just do it in a color instead. Right? You know what I mean? We'll do a quick edit pass on this too. With Grammarly. I'm doing this just to get spacing down. I have to change that. And I'll put this through editing afterwards. Why does it want to keep changing it? We're just gonna... Every time a new system is released, I want to update my setting to go along to match. All right. So with that, we know that we made this for 5e. Huh. Okay, secret game, a way to play the magical courts, even if you aren't a courtesan. Then all of this changed. OGL happened. OGL debacle. And shattering my... I should say happened, making me question be developing under 5e mechanics. Sure, they fixed some of it. Sure, they fixed some of it. I don't know if I want the shade. Or if I was even happy with using mechanics for such a narrative high fantasy game. Then, a few years later, Daggerheart. Years later, Daggerheart releases. Good old Grammarly. Right? I like that. I'm going to change this. I think I'm just going to ditch the outer one. We're just going to ungroup this. We're going to delete that. I think we're just going to make this say welcome, right? And then we don't want it centered. We want it like this now. And we'll go like this. I feel like there's a gap here. I don't know why. There we go. I mean, go like that with it. I should say my goal when I started this project. When did I start this? When was the first Magic and Monsters? The very first Magic and Monsters 1.1 was in 2018. 2018. The goal when I started this project in 2018 was to bring a high magic setting to D&D 5e's current low magic setup. Humans start with magic every, even if they aren't casters. You get two more magic, two more items, along with a new historical item and a phylactery. To absorb. I think I renamed phylactery to something else. It was a monster gem, something along those names. This will have to get renamed. So I'm going to put a comment now here to change this into something else. So comment. Where's this at? Okay. Change phylactery into the monster gem. Used to gather twisted magic and help get rid of marks. So there's a whole system that when you cast magic on creatures, it bounces back on you. And I'm excited because I get to rewrite it for this game into a way to use hope and fear. I think it should work pretty fucking well. I think it will. Maybe it won't, but I won't know until I start the design work. I might have to use stress instead. You know what I mean? Ooh, I have some more internet issues. Our internet might just be a little funky today. I just noticed that it did it again. Lame. Lame. What's going on here? Let's see if this works. Sure. Sure. No, yeah, it's not as bad now. Not as bad now. What are you working on, Nessie? Says a push notification. Huh. It work? Is it the right card? Oh, they want my new expiration. Dude, they don't make cards like they used to. They're really flimsy now, man. I mean, I like that they're thinner. We're gonna ditch this, and now I'll fix this a little Chrome, or not Chrome, but I'll fix this little update your payment info before we get rid of your service. How dare you? How dare you have a card get stolen and you have to add a new one? How dare you? So dumb. So fucking dumb. You're the worst. My voice is still scratchy, so I can do very deep voices right now. You're the worst. Man, I gotta remember my new security pin. My other one is new. I don't know if I'll be able to memorize this one. Are you guys happy? I fixed it. Chrome. The math part of sewing, ugh. You said math. 3 inches over 4 seams plus seam allowance. Ugh. Math. Ugh. So I think they added a color. A color in a box. I do like the box. I'm a big fan of breaking up the monotony. I was literally mocking Drew. That's exactly what I was doing. Love you, Drew. Hey, Kyle. You're like a... I don't know what I want. Magic amount. Let's see if there's just a mark. Scar? I could do like this X. I like this. Or this? If I had the mountain logo here, I'd probably put the mountain logo for the game, but it's not done yet. But I don't hate this. And then I could do it in a color. I was wondering if a box would be better there. You know what I mean? You do the X's. It's a little extreme. Yeah, scars are weird. So jagged. They don't really fit the shape. This is one of those ones where I kind of want to make one. I could do band-aids. This is kind of cool looking. Might not be bad if I color it. Hold on here. Let's move this to the front. What if we did this, got rid of the black scars, and put this over top? Like in it. So it was like... Maybe flip it though? Nah. I kind of like the dark version, though. I'm not opposed to this. Zoom out and see what it looks like. See if we like it. No. Nope. No, no. I could use just a box. The mark through it. I could use like this. Recolor this in dark. Bring it up. Go like this. Right? And then take the tools here, here, color this in the dark pink, go like this. I already fucked that up. Makes a circle. I have to unround these fucking corners. Can I do that? This actually has to be the bright pink. Or wait. Wait. Did I do a Magic of Monsters? I did. I'm a fucking idiot. We need whatever this pink color is. We need that. We need this. Here. And this. On it. From corner to corner. And then that could act like the mark. Maybe it even bleeds over a little bit. That. Ooh, yeah, that works. That works pretty well, actually. I think I'd want this square to be rounded. Just slightly. I'm going to lock this too. So now we have the welcome, the mark, that kind of duplicates the format that we see in these. They don't do uppercase all the way across, though. Let's try it without that. Let's try lowercase. There is no lowercase. Do I have this on? Hold on here. Is there only uppercase for this? Say gotcha, only uppercase? I hope not. I think it is. Just try a new text and just see here real quick. Hey. Gotcha. Yep. Cap only. Oh, well. I kind of like the cap. I'm fine with it. Do they do theirs in a separate color? They do. They do. So maybe that'll help actually a little bit. If we take this, just, I don't want to see that right now. Why is this color not? There you go. Okay. This project changes to a new narrative design system. I made a build, setting out, high magic, high fantasy, narrative driven. I have the ability and have an audience. Already trained my Daggerheart. No, god damn it. Understand how the game story first. All right. I want Daggerheart to be italicized. So I could put art here, put a signature, could put more writing. I need to add something here. I'm not sure what that thing is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I would want there. What would I want? What would I want else here? I don't know. I kind of want art here. Like maybe the Magic and Monsters logo and art. I don't know. This means the project needed to change. I say pivot. Needed to pivot. This more narrative designed system. Yeah, maybe Daggerheart logo will go here. That makes the most sense to me. Like, turn the fan up. It's like 90 something out today. It's hot as fuck inside for some reason. I think this makes the most sense. I think that having an area for art, and the way I did the art here is like the background piece with the letters over it, which I really enjoy. Right? So I think I'm going to put a frame here. Let's do all. Let's see all. I want something that fits vertically here that's got some style. I'm tempted to use one of these triples. Or this. Ooh, I love this. I'm fine with it being cut off. Like this is more what I'm going to do. And we'll get art to put here. I'm going to put a comment. The Flensing Field Towers. Flensing Field in one of the ages. So the settings got in a Flensing Field, it goes through ages. And each age, the field in between these two mountain ranges change as magic shifts them over and over again. It gives you like the chaos magic style without having to have a chaos magic table. You pick like the start of your campaign, you choose a definer for how the Flensing Fields look. You're welcome to change them at any point in time. But when you go down into that place, it determines kind of what the Flensing Field is like when you go to do your adventures down in there. Because you're in the Flensing Fields 50% of the game. The other 50% is in the cities for the court, which means I really need to build a huge city map for this with Udarak, which is the kingdom, city of courts. But then we have this. We have Marks of Man. These are just holders, like obviously not real. And I need to look at then how they do that here. So let's go back to Campaign 5 frameworks. Go wide. Also picked up a new mouse, finally. I picked up that MMO one. It doesn't weigh anything. It's got 12 buttons on the side. I don't know if I particularly like it. I like the 2.4 hertz. It's much faster than using Bluetooth. It's comfortable. It just feels a little small for my hand. But whatever. See, I'm going to give it 2 weeks. I have a timer. In 2 weeks, it asked me if I want to return this. So, the pitch, the tone, the theme, the feels, the touchstones. Okay. So let's do that. So we have... Let's do that. For MMOs. MMOs, and then for streaming, I have my deck here, but I could key this to like turning things on and off with quick keys. For MMOs, it's for the deck across the top for the, 1 through dash and equals. And you can hit control and just hit buttons on your mouse instead of reaching up. So you never have to take your hand off of the movement keys. It's play a decent amount of MMOs. It's also really good for shooters because you can just switch between all your guns. For me, for doing design work, I like it too for editing. I put a lot of my editing buttons on it. But my hand rests back so far. I don't put my whole hand on a mouse, right? Like the way I have to hold this one. Let's see if I pick it up. You can see how much of my palm is back behind it. And I feel like I'm dragging this the whole time. I'm not a fan of that feeling compared to my old one, which is slightly longer, but I feel like my hand rests on it better. And less of my palm was showing on this one. And I was more moving the mouse. My hand was up high enough, but the pressure was on the mouse as I was sliding. But on this one, I feel like no matter how I hold it, my palm slides down. I don't know if I dig that. That's the part I'm going to see if I like or not. I like the buttons. I like the top buttons. I like the side buttons. Those all work fine. But the way my hand drags, I'm not a fan of my palm dragging the whole time. For someone who's on it all the time. And I don't hold like a claw. Some people hold their mouse like a claw, where their hands like pursed up, or they push these two pads in to hold it. But I don't do that. And I think that I'm going to end up disliking this because of my fingers are longer than the mouse. I have to hold it like a claw, like this. I don't particularly dig that. So we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to put Daggerheart to the left of this. So I need the pitch. Make this, what is this font size? 21.6. Maybe just make this 21 for fuck's sake. There. So the pitch. I'm gonna copy this part. I can copy for verbatim. Okay. I don't like that this doesn't fit. There we go. That was weird. At least I thought it was. It'll be like that, and then we'll delete this because we don't want it to go this far. And then I need the part that they would read to them for the campaign. I don't know if I ever wrote this. I wrote the introduction. I wrote the history. I don't know if I ever wrote a pitch. I did not. Ooh. Huh. I don't know how I would write this now. I'm going to have to go back. I have to sit down. I'll have to write the pitch. I know how I would explain it to somebody. So I'll probably do a voice-to-text version, a few of them of me pitching the game to a friend, and then I'll rewrite those things. That's usually how I do this. I'll use MemmM for it, because MemmM's got a voice-to-text where they organize the thoughts. I wonder, hold on. Let's just try it. Right? Hold on here. Let me get MemmM up. I don't think I have a magic and monsters. So what does their pitch read like? Fanwick was once a place of great abundance and peace, dangerous to those unfamiliar with the land, but a cornucopia of those who respected it. That's a horrible start to a pitch. I already don't want to play this game. This theme. Let's go to the next one. No. Boring. It's not a pitch. How about the next one? No. It's not evocative. I mean, the rules and stuff are great. I've never, I'll be honest, I never read the intro point. This is the one they're playing online. In a dying world immersed in a relentless shadow and nightmarish monsters, small communities hold fast to the light, hoping those who endure can find a way to save this broken realm before it is lost to darkness. Complexity rating is 3. All right, so let's delete one more of these. Let's move this down yet again. Let's lock this so I don't fuck it up. Let's move the pitch down. Let's duplicate this. I'm going to put designed. Okay, so that's there because that's how they're marking it. So we want it to be like that. I might have to change some of these fonts, to be honest. This is the like write up, and then on the right hand side, oops, fuck, I keep doing that. Tone and feel, themes, and touchstones. So let's do this. Let's just kind of fucking wipe this, right? And we'll bring this down, and we're gonna duplicate this, and we'll bring it over to match here. So this is tone and feel. Right, tone and feel. And what was it? Themes and then touchstones. So let's bring this up to here. Let's copy this and duplicate it again. The goal is to keep it in this like tight space properly. And then I'm going to kind of do this. I feel like maybe it's not aligned right. It didn't look. Yep. Fucking correct, man. Damn, dude. My eye is still fucking good at this. Where I can see that shit ain't lined up like just by a pixel. Like I knew that pitch was wrong without even having to have the lines on it. And then touchstones. So there's where like movies and things like that. And then themes. Okay, so boy, I can do this one really easy, I think. So betrayal, court, this would become body horror. See here, pulling up some of the reference pieces. Trail, body horror, courtesan, drama, what else they have in their side reference? This isn't really survival. Drama. I'm just going to put court. Can anyone think of a better word for like your time in a grand court? Secrets. Oh, that's it. Secrets. War. Word for fighting. Activism is the other word I was looking for. Activism, betrayal, body horror. What? I'm trying to think of a good word for court drama. Legal drama? Maybe that's better. It's not right though. It's not just legal. It's like maybe I put something in the secret game area. Actually, hold on. Where's the secret game at? I wonder if it's my... Here we go. What's up, Nick? I mean, courtesan is right. Court assemblies is what it is. Legal drama is not the right term. Word for maybe royalty drama. Court politics, that's probably better. Court politics. Magical, legal, and magical drama. Secret game. Game, and I put and war. And then I'm working on my converting Magic and Monsters over to Daggerheart right now. I'm going to be running this in like a week. I want to see how much of this I can get done. I don't know if I'm going to run this, but I'm running Daggerheart, so I figure building this is going to help me get me in a good spot. Dude, I don't know if you're here when I made this. Obviously, this will be replaced with some different... Well, this is mine, but this and this will get replaced with art for like what the fledgling fields look like. And I'm going to put two smaller M's in between here. But I like this kind of like cutaway version. It looks neat. Then this is going to have the piece there. Got my footers and headers done. I am sort of making a similar style, but not 100%. I also think I got to delete this. I also think this. Wait, why? What is this? Is this Noto? Okay, I need to just put this at Noto Sans. What are you working on? Anything today? Are you working today? Do they bold theirs? How do they do it? Touchstones. This is hard. I mean, Labyrinth. Took a day off. Oh, nice, dude. Labyrinth. Excalibur. Trying to think of other things that inspired this. American Werewolf in London for body horror. The Thing. Probably Harry Potter. I mean, not as much as other things, but the idea of the different magic schools definitely fell into that category. What else would have been inspirational? It's not legal dramas. He-Man. Started putting down my inspirations. I was like, Tokyo Gore Police, Aliens, Air Geiger, The Cell, etc. And realized I don't think people understand what this is a fantasy world if I do. You got to throw some fantasy stuff on top of it. That's what I did. I was trying to think of a courtly drama. Like when I think about how this game is played and the betrayal and the backstabbing, like The Magicians is probably a good example. But it's not legal court drama. This is like Game of Thrones-esque, but not Game of Thrones. It's got a lot of like transmet cyberpunk dystopian fantasy. Like royal dystopian fantasy. Like that would be my tagline, I think. It's not bleak, though. That's the thing. Dystopia is not the right word. I mean, Hunger Games, it kind of has a feel, but it's not a game at all. It's not really dystopian. How would I explain it? Hold on a minute here. Let me download. Did I download this yet? Hold on. I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077 again. And I had to fix all my mods because my mods just weren't fucking working. I had some fun mods that are just like better dialogue, better like you're fugitive if you get in an accident for like an hour and a half, shit like that, a little more real world. Woo! I'm actually sewing. I'm curious as to what I put here. Hold on. Downloads. Large icons. I might not have ever done it. I have not ever done it. Aha. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, where is this at? So we're going to download this as a PDF. Actually, let me... I don't think I ever started one for this, did I? I did not. Okay. 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 New project. Create project. Rename color. Bright pink. Let me download. Let me ask which it prefers. Okay, either or. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I download this version. Is it doing it? Done. All right. Oh, I did download it already. Son of a bitch. I don't know where the fuck it went. Son of a bitch. Let me refresh this. I gotta fuck something up. There we go. All right, so we need this. And then I need to find my Daggerheart book. I'm going to throw this into my personal AI so that I can ask it when it reads it what it thinks it would be. And I figured Mothership would do another one. Do you know, are we getting another game jam for Shadow Dark? I've really been thinking about running one. Like, really have. You know what I mean? I enjoyed doing that a lot. I've done so much since then. I would like to do one of my adventures for Breachers and kind of use it as a driving force to finish an adventure. Because I really don't enjoy designing or writing adventures. I like designing them. I don't like writing. It's not fun to me. Because I feel like adventures as a whole I feel limited in the formatting. Just because the way that they're written, even though I try to change it all the time. So dystopian's not right. I want somebody else to do it. I'll be honest, I feel like when I rewatched it, they weren't giving feedback or anything. Like, I wanted, like, a critique of the top 5 and maybe the top and a few of their favorites and, like, a breakdown of, like, what makes them good. I feel like they didn't even read them. You know what I mean? It was disappointing. To me. Maybe you enjoyed it, but I sure shit did not. I was excited for the people who won. I think they did really good work. I'm not second guessing who they picked. I just kind of wanted more of a breakdown for all the work that people put in than stuff. It's not apocalyptic either. Yeah, no. Well, I'm gonna run it through this, and I'm gonna let Nero do its work. I named my AI that I'm teaching at home for like my writing and stuff. I named it after the original Lantern creator for Pontian. I don't know if it's gothic. No. But they should have put people in that were like, I don't mean like layout, how it is, but like what we liked about it, how it runs, that kind of stuff. I think my touchstones are pretty on. It said arcano-political gothic fantasy. Which part of that's right? Ooh. I like some of this. Magical blood opera? I don't want to use the word punk. Court of Flesh and Flame. Arcane Intrigue Gothic. It's not Gothic. Monstrous Regency Fantasy. High Magic, Cursed Bloodlines, Courtly Manipulation, and Beautiful Horror. Well, that part's from my write-up. I don't dislike this. I don't dislike this. Monstrous Regency Fantasy. It doesn't roll off the tongue well, though. Beautiful Horrors, right on point. Monstrous Regency Fantasy. I like the concept. But I forgot I had that tagline there. I feel like it's a little bit more of a tragedy. You know what I mean? Like social, it's like regal social tragedy with monsters built in because you get marked by your own magics. Gonna feel part of the Daggerheart. Daggerheart. What would this be called? Daggerheart framework. Let's look at some of the other ones. Ancient, daunting, epic, grim, ominous, terrifying, tragic. What they do for the big bat? I really do like this last one. Motherboard's great. Post-apocalypse. I like the double post. That's kind of cool. I didn't watch. Sorry, I missed that, Nick. I didn't watch much for the Questing Beast. I mean, what would you want to see as a game jam as somebody who is oh, excuse me. It's not gonna go away. Someone who is entering it. What would you want to see? Like what I did with the breakdown and had you come on and do the fonts and stuff with me. I feel like that was a better answer to the game jam going through. You know what I mean? Now, I obviously can't review the game jam items while they're being submitted because that would be unfair for me to give feedback as people are building them, right? But after it's done, I could go through and do feedback. I think running that game jam would be a lot of fun. I know I would get some people on the panel to come do it. I have some really high-end designers that work in the industry that I would want that work on both other systems and Shadow Dark. And then I would want a designer's perspective, a writer's perspective, a pro GM, which I can give that, but I actually don't run pre-written. So I would need a pro GM that does pre-written adventures. And then I would kind of fill the gap since I do all the jobs, but I would want that there to kind of go through and edit it and pick a game jam person, a winner. His theme was cool. I definitely would pick a theme. I wouldn't let people make their own. Because I feel if you don't give them a direction, they get lost. I think it'd be really fun. Like a game jam could be a great thing to do. And I would like to do it just because I know people enjoyed that game jam. I feel like I could make a really good one watching from the other ones that have been done so far. That takes too much time. It takes way... I mean, yeah, I guess they could each run one. Possibly. But you wouldn't get a response to the game jam for 2 months. Most of those ones that people write take longer than one session to go through. That's my personal opinion. I don't disagree with that, though, Nick. I think that would be wonderful. Oh, that's probably a really good... What about this? I just had an idea. What about... What about this? High magic, courtly mask, monstrous blood, and ever-changing war. I hate when they hyphenate that. Ever-changing war does not need to be hyphenated. Like that. How are they filling this if it doesn't fit? Oh, I just leave the gap. Okay. And I just need the piece that goes left to right all the way across. Yeah, I get that. But a lot of them are not one-shots. I tell you what I would change. I want a front cover, a back cover, a welcome, like how to play welcome. And why you should play. You need to sell me on why I should read the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? Right, but it's hard to tell if something's a one-shot until you're playing it a lot of times. I got a little sliver in my hand. Hold on. That was weird. I did do, I'm gonna go to full screen while I'm thinking about this. I'm gonna change this out. So, these are the plastic sleeves I was using before. And I bought one size up. I just feel like they're gonna be too sloppy. I feel like they're gonna be too big. But we're gonna try it. I don't agree with that, Nick. At all. Why you should play this section, I failed as a designer. These people aren't all designers. You know what I mean? I agree, but it's not how it works. They're just so tight. These, have I showed a final one off? These are the final ones after they're sprayed. See that nice satin tone it has? That's a UV spray. Right? And then the final, and then they're stapled with a new stapler that someone bought for the birthday jam. And this is the final cleaned version with the new cutter and everything. Yeah. See, I don't like this. I can't use these. These are worthless. They do fit better. But, like, look. Look at the gap. I hate that. I can use these when I do some of the other prints that come with it. Or the dust jackets. I'm having a really hard time finding sleeves that fit properly. These are still the best fit, but they're really tight. Like, really, really tight. Like, you gotta bend the book. And once you get them, it fits. But it's on the tight half. Still the better fit. I don't like these. These are going to be for larger prints or for the duct tape ones that come with it. I was just looking for a good fit for stuff, and I was having a hell of a time finding new ones. The best ones I found so far are still the photo ones. The ones made to like put your photos in after you're done. That's what these are. I've looked around for like zine ones, but they really don't exist, or magazine covers. No, I don't like the one pages that much, man. I'm not a big fan. I know what you're talking about. I've already looked at it. Not the biggest fan of it, though. I'll tell you why in a sec. One-page jams are okay, but I want multiple pages, not one-page dungeon. We'll see, though. Well, I already finished this? Let's see what else we got in here. Yeah, the World Conference, it was okay. I think one pages are great for cons. I want a multi-page. I really do. It's one of the few where being a designer is really relevant, but can you write concisely? Yeah, correct. Yeah. I want both. I do want layout and art. I don't care what type of art you use. As long as you credit it appropriately. I don't give a shit. I mean, as long as you're not stealing from somebody, obviously. But. So I need to write this next. And what are the fucking name of these things? I keep fucking forgetting what they call them. Frameworks. I should know. Let's see here. I'm writing up the intro right now. See if I like. I'm writing a couple versions of them. Yeah, 4 to 10. So I see it as in the front cover, the back cover. The back cover does a lot. I think 5, 6 with the cover. 6 with front and back cover. Because what was the one for Baron? Do you remember? I can't remember what the guidelines were. Wasn't it 8? 8 pages? And honestly, 8 pages with art isn't hard. To me. Let's see here. I don't like how any of this looks so far. I'm doing writing in the background, so I don't have it on screen. I'll go back to the work page, though. Here, hold on. I'm looking through this to figure out how I want it to read. Barons was 4 A4 pages, I think, because I did A5, 2 more pages. I gotcha. You cheated, yeah. You cheated. I mean, I would have done the same thing. I just didn't want to get disqualified immediately for it. All right. Let's see here. Do. I don't like that either. I'm trying to figure out what I want to go here. I'm going through, like, I have a separate screen here that has my Magic and Monsters up. Who you chose to use it on. Magic is in the blood. It remembers your hardships, choices, and those you choose, and those you choose to wield it upon. I don't want it to read a little differently than that, though. Let me look at what theirs says. In a world where magic makes... It's really short and to the point. It's not super evocative, but it is more so than the pitch. I think their pitches are kind of weak. For me. This is clean. I'm copying and pasting this so I can write it separately and keep the format and size similar. Like how many sentences and what's there. All right, I think I got something here. I'm gonna tighten it up a bit. Cleansing fields change like seasons, but dramatically. I'm trying to figure out how to write this in a way that I'm happy. This is the hardest part. Like once I get this set, I feel like it sets the tone for the rest of the framework. I don't know how I feel about it though. I might have to move on for this. This feels like I'm getting stuck. Usually when I get stuck, I just make a note and come back. And I don't usually stay on something this hard. Right now I have a world of noble bloodlines and courtly magic stands divided. Between those born to wield it and those marked by monsters' change and the ever-shifting flensing fields. But technically speaking, you only shift and change from the magic. I don't know how I'm going to do it in this game. Intro. What about in a world ruled by legacy and spellcraft, those who survive magic, those who survive magic don't walk away clean. No, I don't like that either. I like the other version. No. I'm going to go with this version for now. Let's put this in and then see if we like it. A world of noble bloodlines and courtly magic stands divided. I hate this. Didn't mean to put that in. Because it was a line break before. Divided between those born. Courtly magic stands divided between those born to wield it and those marked by it. It should be by. Marked by failure. Change. And those marked by monstrous changes of failure in an ever-shifting, what would you call battlefield? In the ever-shifting battlefield of the cleansing fields. I don't like battlefield and cleansing fields together. I think just battle. The flensing fields. Why? Is ever shifting always hyphenated? I don't think it is. It is. Okay, I guess it is. I thought that was just Grammarly wanting to slap a hyphen in there to slap a hyphen in. All these like autocorrect and spelling corrections always want to fucking hyphen everything. Like every fucking word. And I don't like the look of a bunch of hyphens in my work. I don't know if that's just me. And now I need the pitch. I have the pitch, so... let's look at one of the pitches here. God damn it. This is such a big pitch. So I'm going to copy this into my writing and mem and make sure that I am following this format. So where's my... is it in the GM notes? I bet you it's in my GM notes. I haven't made my GM notes public yet. I usually don't. I keep my GM notes separate for like how to run the game and stuff until I've ran it enough times that I can compile how to run the setting. I think that is the hardest thing to convey to people. How do you run the setting in the way that I am running it? I feel like that is, I'm not going to say impossible, but it's fucking difficult. And I think that's the designer's plight. Like, how do you tell somebody, yo, you got to run it like so? How do you do that? And that's the thing that I think as a designer and a writer that is the biggest stumbling block. And I honestly don't think until, I use it as a reference all the time, but I think Apocalypse World and Blades in the Dark did we start seeing mechanics and processes brought into place for how to run a game successfully. Cyberpunk Red also did it with their idea of the beats. So the one I have from my GM notes are, let me see here. Drag this to my other window here. I would have to rephrase some of this, but this was the pitch back then, like what I wrote to my players. The cores are built on blood and spellcraft, which I already don't like that because that's a word used from 5e more than it is for this. Magic ones filled humanity from ruin, shaping noble bloodlines and binding monsters behind myth of the god spine. But magic never stayed clean. Each time it's cast against the horrors in the flensing field, something slips, an echo, a scar, a mark. Now the seams are splitting. I already used splitting once. I probably want to replace that. Soldiers return change. Beasts bleed traits into those who stood against them. Oaths twist under unseen weight. And behind the rituals and the marks of power, families prepare for a second collapse. So back then I was doing something differently. Now it'll be a new age is probably how I would correct this. For a new age. One that no inheritance will protect them from. I've noticed that I'm missing the courtly stuff in here. You'll play... Seems ripping apart. Doing that now, is that what you said? AKA what I'm doing now. Yeah. Each bound to a bloodline. It's actually not a bloodline. Why did I use the word bloodline? It's because you're bound to a court. Bound to a court. I think I used bloodline because it bound sounded good. Each born family court or cursed by one. Magic is everywhere, but never free. You'll cast it, you'll survive it, and piece by piece, it will try to make you into something else. All right, so I just edited some of this. Let me do this again. I'm gonna read it one more time. The courts were built on blood and spellcraft. I don't like that. I think it should be built on war and magics. War. Built on war and magic. And magic and war were built on magic and once. I can't use magic because I'd be doubling it down. Courts were built on. The courts were built on loyalty and war. Royalty and ritual? Ooh. Ooh. I kind of like that. The courts were built on royalty and ritual. Magic once lifted humanity from ruin, shaping noble bloodlines and binding monsters behind the myth of the god spine. So maybe it should be shaping noble. It's not about bloodlines, it's about families, because you technically don't have to be part of the blood to be a part of it. It's weird. You can marry in, you can marry in, and you can like half orcs. It's kind of cool. Half orcs are sought out because when they're born into a family, they also use magic from a different court. And it's not about blood. Right? Like, I don't want it to be about the blood of what's going on. I want it to be about the courtesans of it. I don't want Bloodlines of Black Magic. You know, my buddy already crafted that. And that's not what this is about. This is more like being a part of a house in Harry Potter. Even though it's not a house, it's a court. So God damn it. I don't know what I want to do with this. Because the courts are schools. Schools are gone. So those are now domains in Daggerheart. And Renown's a part of it, which I'm probably going to redo that and name it as Stature instead of Renown. But you have tiers of the family. Like first, second, third, right? And I just give some family names. You can always make your own up as well. Yeah, maybe. Courts were built on royalty and ritual. Magic once lifted humanity from ruin, shaping noble. I was going to say noble families. Because it's about family. It's family. Thank you, Vin Diesel. Noble families. And binding. Ruin. Shaping noble families. And forcing. And pushing. Forcing. Magics behind the myth of the Godspire. Forcing monsters behind the myth of the god. It's not a myth. The Godspire is when the goddess died, her legs became the mountains. Greek mythology. It's not really true. You know what I'm saying? It's that Greek myth feel. So it'd be shaping noble families and forcing monsters behind the myth of the Godspire. It should be shaping noble families and forcing Empyrean monsters back behind the Godspire. Empyrean monsters out of the fencing fields. Forcing Empyrean monsters fields and back behind the Godspire. The Godspine, not Spire. Godspine. Is that what I called it? Why would I have wrote that? I think I think the goddess that died was Fira, goddess of monsters and womb of creation. Fira is worshipped as both mother of humanity and the maker of monsters. The Varenvoss and the Serenvest mountains are named after her first children, twins of the goddess. Each child representative of her duality. 2 mountain peaks with a river crimson between them, and a pair of golden eyes as the sun sets. So that's right. It's the 2 mountains. One's where Udarak is. The other one is where Imperia is. So, with that visual in mind for the writing, courts are built on royalty and ritual. Magic once lifted humanity from ruin, shaping noble families and forcing Imperium monsters out of the flensing fields and back behind the mountains. I'm just going to say mountains, because people, when they're reading this, are not going to know what the mountain name is until they start reading the game. You know what I mean? Enforcing noble families, enforcing twisted monsters out of the flensing field, back behind. Okay, the courts were built on royalty and ritual. Magic once lifted humanity from ruin, shaping noble families and forcing twisted monsters out of the flensing field, out of the battlefield. I think we can cut the flensing field, although I love the word flensing field because it's a huge part of it, but the sentence becomes too long in structure. Enforcing monsters. I don't even think we need twisted. I think we can just cut it to simple, forcing monsters out of the flensing field and behind the mountains. And out of the flensing field, back to mountains. Back to the mountains. Back to the mountains. And back to the mountains or back to Imperia? Should I use the word Imperia? Is saying Imperia hard for people to understand, is it? We'll finish this way. So I'm going to read the whole thing again. Now I've made enough changes and we'll go through. The courts are built on royalty and ritual. Magic once filled humanity from ruin, shaping noble families and forcing monsters out of the flensing field and back. It's too much. Shaping noble families and forcing monsters out of the flensing field. I think it just back to the mountains. I think I'm going to cut the flensing fields. It's just back to the mountains. But magic never stayed clean. Each time it casts against the horrors of the flensing... Okay, I had the flensing fields later. The horrors of the flensing fields. Something slips, an echo, a scar, a mark of man. And someone told me I shouldn't use marks of man because it seems sexist. But the point is the double M's. It's not about gender. It's simply about the marks of the human race, of the race itself. And if that's something that like offends a person reading it, you should already know this game isn't for you. It's everybody is doing it, right? Like everyone is getting marked. It doesn't matter if you're purple with polka dots. It's just alliteration. Mark of man. Now the seams are splitting. Soldiers return change. Beasts bleed traits into those who stood against them. Oaths twist under unseen weight. It shouldn't be oaths. I guess you do. No, I used oaths because you swear an oath in the court. Oaths twist under unseen weight of another of a weight of an unspoken. What do I want? Do I want to use? I want to use antagonist because it's got that Greek mythology feel. It isn't what people read because they immediately look for problems, Nick, but you're not wrong. O's twist under unseen weight. O's twist under unseen weight. I guess I could keep it that way. And behind the rituals and masks of power, families prepare for a new age. One that is no courtly magic will protect them from. Marks of Men campaign. You play scions, courtesans, soldiers, and masked spies, each born to a family court or cursed by one. Magic is everywhere, but never free. You'll cast it, you'll survive it, and piece by piece, it will try to make you into something else. Okay, I like that so far. It's a little long. We'll see if it fits, because that's going to be the only problem. Let me see if this fits. I think it's going to be too big. I was counting sentences. I think it's going to be too big for font 12. There's a lot here. God damn it. Motherfucker. Yeah, it's not going to fit. It's going to be way too long. So I got to cut this, put it here. I guess I got to move. Fuck me. I got to move this down to here. I got to duplicate this. Select all, paste, select all, get rid of the italics, and then decide how the fuck I want to cut this up. Because this doesn't fit now. The other thing I can do is I can move all of this up a touch over this, but I that's about... How much do they cover? I only do like half the page. I think they're doing like font size 10. I hate font size 10, dude. It's like my least favorite fucking thing. Read this to your players. That's what I'll put instead. And that cuts that part and brings it up the way I want. Now I gotta fit this fucking shit. Let me push this to the back. I kind of wonder if I can make this fit better. Yeah, I did 12. And I'm tempted to switch to 11. Because 11's not bad. To be 100% honest. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe I switch to 11. And I bump this back up to give me some space. Do I want this as 11, though? I mean, it doesn't fix anything. This doesn't fix anything in the lands of 11. Because the flensing fields are still there. I could put an ampersand in here. Is there an and? This is always my solution to this shit. Add an ampersand. I like ampersands a lot. I think they should be used more. If you don't agree with me, you're wrong. I think this bump here is too big too. But now it looks like I can fit maybe this. Right? But that's no spaces. How do they do theirs? They do just one paragraph. Fuck me. Fuck me. Let's try this again, everybody. Dude, besides, unless it's D&D. Then it's fucking not. I didn't have good coffee the entire time I was at Gen Con. I can't tell you how happy I am to have real coffee right now. They also have a much tighter gap. And this is bigger on theirs. See, I thought that was bigger. I thought they did that. Motherfuckers. I'm gonna go like this. I like it bigger. This, though, this spacing is not good. I like that line spacing better. 0.55, maybe point. Can I do point? 0.5 line spacing, I think, is perfect. Don't you? Because that means I could return this and get away with some murder there, right? But this also... Oops, shit. This... God damn it. This also needs a return. So that means that... this would have to go up there. I guess I can make Hey Gotcha 11. Right, for complexity. And these are 21. Maybe I bump these down to 20. Instead of 21. That cleans that up a little bit. And we move the pitch up to be the same space. Like so. Like that. So let me just select all of this. Let me do 0.5. Oh, fuck. Did the whole thing. God damn it. I didn't mean to do that. We just want this to be 0.5. There's no way to make... This is the only thing I don't like writing in here. That you have to do the individual returns to 0.5. You know what I'm saying? I like it better when I can set that in the actual... what's the word I'm looking for? In the program. This is like part of the Canva experience I do not enjoy at all. But, hey man, to each their own. I can always fix this stuff in Publisher later on if I wanted to. I kind of want to bump them. I kind of want to go like this. Like they had them. I kind of want to do that. Like that. I like them kind of bumped in like that, to be honest. Then we just group these bitches. We go like this. Right? Boom. That's not bad, right? That's pretty clean. I might change this purple, though. I feel like these purples are hard to see. I might change them to like a different color. Black. White. White. Blue. Yellow. Green. Orange. Motorcycle. Let me see something here. You can't see them, but they're pink. The blue is good, though. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just fucking do that. Then they're easy to read on when you're zoomed out. And I could always bump this all up like 1. Like I could go like, oops, shit. Let me lock position. Did I do this individually? I bet you I fucking do. God damn it, man. I'm just gonna lock it and lock this because I don't give a fuck. Put it about there. And that gives us the nice gap at the bottom. But I mean, look, if this is what it's going to look like as we move through, this is really clean. Right? That's super clean. Obviously, this art will get replaced with shit, but it gets the point across. So let's reread this once out loud from top to bottom. I kind of feel like this needs to go up a touch. And this all needs to go down a touch on this side. I really would love, if this fit in line with this, but it just doesn't. I thought about putting a lighter box behind them, but I'm okay with this right now. I won't know till I print it. Magic and Monsters, Marks of Man. A world of noble bloodlines and courtly magic stands divided between those born to wield it and those marked by monstrous changes of failure in the ever-shifting battle of the Flincing Fields. Designed by Eric Frankhouse, complexity rating 3, The Pitch. Read this to your players. The cores were built on royalty and ritual. Magic once lifted humanity from ruin, shaping noble families and forcing monsters back to the mountains. But magic never stayed clean. Each time it's cast against the horrors of the Flincing Field, something slips, an echo, a scar, a mark of man. Now the seams are splitting, soldiers returned changed, beasts bleed traits into those who stood against them. Oaths twist under unseen weight, and behind the rituals and masks of power, families prepare for a new age, one that no courtly magic will protect them from. In Marks of Men campaign, you'll play scions, courtesans, soldiers, and masked spies, each born to a family court or cursed by one. Magic is everywhere, but never free. You'll cast it, you'll survive it, and piece by piece, it will try to make you into something else. Now, the cool thing about this is what we talked about the other day. Let me see here. Which was Daggerheart. And then we go into the Void. Where's the Void? The Void. Right? And this. This changes everything. So, Matt developed this, and I said this yesterday on the show, but Matt developed this to help run Hell's Bells at Gen Con. So, I watched the full stream while Micah was sleeping. So it was like an hour and something. I didn't watch the game. I just watched the announcements. But the transformation cards. Transformation represent changes or augmentations to characters in Daggerheart. Let me back up. Transformations are all the things we always want in a game, but never work, ever. They used to be templates. Now they're transformations in Daggerheart, and they function. And they bring new mechanics, which is really really important. The transformations represent the changes or augmentations of characters in Daggerheart. These are optional aspects of a character's identity that may be given out by a GM during campaign for narrative purposes. So you're going to get things like Vampire, Werewolf, Reanimated, Shifter, Ghost, and Demigod. But hear me out. For Marks of Man, I think the marks of you fighting, say, a Beholder and you gaining a second eye like on your chest for the second time you failed and getting a new spell, I think these transformations are going to work for that. Or I'm going to make my own version of them called marks instead of transformations. And there will be new cards that have mechanics behind them, which is where I'm leaning. But this is a really good setup for how to use it, right? So transformation provide both a mechanical benefit and a drawback, which I like that. As a player, you're responsible for ensuring you track both features, paying special attention to the drawback so the GM isn't required to track it for you. I love that they're telling the players that this is on you, guy. You wanted to play a fucking werewolf. It's your job now, which is cool. Utilizing transformation cards require you to buy into the concept of the exchange, taking on the burden to also reap the benefit. When you gain a transformation, add the card to your loadout as if it were an aspect of your heritage. So, like in Ancestry and Community cards, it does not count against your domain card limit. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, I can't bring a domain ability because I also have Shapeshifter. No, that doesn't exist. So where's it at here? Consider how your change augments your character, both physically and psychologically. Use transformation questions in the applicable section to explore its effects on your character, or make it up on your own. You can only have one transformation per PC. Same thing as you can't be a ghost and a fucking werewolf at the same time. As a GM, we recommend you discuss the possibility of including transformations at the table before introducing them to your players, because they're optional and deeply impact the PC's narrative journey. Ensure that there's something they will enjoy and that the transformation supports the story they want to tell. Obviously, yourself as well. Some transformations have obvious origin points in the campaign, such as vampire, werewolf transformations could come from a particular important attack or a major villain in your campaign. Perhaps the reanimated or ghost might come about because your PC dies, and piece of a great magic or another PC makes a story-altering bargain to change their life to be restored. Other transformations are more likely to be a character creation, like the Shapeshifter and Demigod, but could still be introduced as a character twist during a campaign. It's ultimately up to you, as a GM, what transforms you. Maybe I'll make a marked domain board. Ooh. That could be kind of fun. Anyway. So the way this works, I think that the vampire and the werewolf are the most applicable for how they're defining some really different rules. So, man, this is fuzzy, even on their site. Vampires are undead, fanged creatures that drink the blood of the living. Clean and to the point. Fangs. Make a strength roll to bite target within melee range. Deal D8 physical damage using your proficiency. Remember, if your proficiency is 2, you're doing 2d8 instead of 1. And so instead of like 5e where proficiency is a bonus, this is a die, an extra die. Not an increase, not a step up, but an extra die. Feed. On a successful fang attack against a living creature, you can mark a stress to feed. So you have stress in it. That is a psychological mechanic. So you mark that, just like you do in Blades in the Dark. Place a number of tokens on this card equal to the number of hit points your target marks. Equal to the number of hit points your target marks. And granted, these are playtests still. So if I bite, a successful fang attack against a living creature, you can mark a stress to feed. So if I mark 5 stress, I would deal 5 hit points. Wow. You can hold up to 5 tokens at a time. Or maybe you don't heal. You just take that many hit points. You drain that many hit points from them. So it's stress for their hit points. Okay. You can hold up to 5 tokens at a time. Spend a token before an action roll to make your fear die a d20 instead. When you take a long rest, remove a token. If there's no tokens on this card, All your actions and reaction rolls are made with this event. That's really spicy. Okay. All right, so hope die. Wait, what am I using this for? Where's my new dice? Come here. Come here. Got to get out the new tombstone. Right? Okay. So, normally I would roll this. Right? Normally I'd roll this. Green being my fear die. So I got a 1 to 12 ratio on here for hope. By being a vampire, I'm giving into the fact that if I spend a token off that card, I am giving into the fact that it is bad and that I'm going to be possibly passing the buck back to the GM, the spotlight, giving them fear as well. But I have to feed to stay alive, or I have disadvantage the next day. Disadvantage in this game is a D6 that gets taken off your total. So now I'm rolling this and adding them together to create my total. So in this case, I only got a 15 hope high, but I would have gained whatever I drained. So I bite someone, I drank 4. Let's say I do 4 stress to get 4 hit points from them, and I get 4 tokens. But on this one, I rolled a 16 on the fear die, because again, that's higher than the 12 you can get, and a 7. Huh. That's awesome. With a 23, I'm going to beat so many DCs, but I'm giving him a fear and it's going back, but I've satiated myself for the day. Oh, could you imagine doing this in a social conversation? Like you bite the person and drain them, pull off, causing fear in the room, passing it back to them. But maybe I made my role to influence them. Dude, I enjoy the narrative that it makes specifically because I don't think all successes should be over the top great. I don't think all failures should be over the top bad. I like a gradient. It's why I liked a lot of PF2. And then I realized you never roll those extremes because every feat in Pathfinder 2 as you level up gets rid of the extremes, which was disappointing. I love that. That's a really cool concept. So how does the werewolf work then? Werewolves are creatures who transform into supernatural wolves. Yep, we know that. Wolf form, when you mark 1 or more hit points, you can also mark a stress. So now, when you mark 1 or more hit points, is it on them or on me? I bet you that's supposed to be either way. Which I like. That's how I did my Berserker for Shadow Dark. It's if you take damage or you do damage to them. This is the sight of blood. When you mark 1 or more hit points, you can also mark a stress to enter your wolf form. While in this form, gain a D10 wolf die that you add to all attack and damage rolls. What? Hold on. So we're back to the 2d12. And then I get a wolf die to attack and damage rolls. So basically your advantage goes from a D6, skips a D8, and goes to a D10. Wow. When you make a D-tie that you add to attack and damage rolls, when you would gain hope while in wolf form, you mark stress instead because you are stressing out while you're in that form. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, fear high. 15 with fear. So I roll a 15 with fear. I would take a stress for being successful if I hit the target. Frenzy. When you mark your last stress while in wolf form, you go into a frenzy. Roll a number of d20s equal to your tier and automatically deal that much physical damage to all creatures within very close range, and then drop out of wolf form. So you build up this frenzy, and then if you're like tier 3, and I'm rolling 3d20 damage, are you fucking kidding me? We'll just do it in chat. Hold on. I don't know if we even have 3d20 in here. I have 2d20. Unless it's not working. There we go. So 20, 38, 42 damage. That means I just butchered and probably doubled the severe threshold and killed shit around me. What happens when you stress out? Hold on. Hold on. Let's go to table of contents. Oh, come on. Come on. I want to see what the stress mechanic... I don't remember what happens when you stress out. I love hyperlinks, by the way. When an effect requires you to mark stress, do so on the slots in your character sheet. When you mark your last stress, you become vulnerable. See conditions section on page 102. Until you clear at least one stress. If you're ever forced to mark one or more stress, but your slots are already full, you must mark a hit point. For example, if an adversary forces you to mark 3 stress, but your stress is already filled, you take a hit point. If you would take 2 stress from an enemy, and you have 1 stress left, you would take 1 stress and 1 hit point. Okay. As with hit points, you mark down. You make downtime moves. See downtime section. Wow. So you stress out. Everything you take after that's physical damage. This is really kind of smart design, playing with their different pools and how they function. So how does reanimated work? Reanimated corpse who have been brought back to life. During rest, you can only clear hit points if you have access to remains from a recently deceased creature. Describe how using materials affects your appearance. You cannot clear hit points by any means except a downtime move or the risk it all death move. What? You cannot clear hit points by any means except the downtime move or the risk it all death move. Wow. Corpse. When you risk it all on death move, if you fail, you can permanently mark a hit point to succeed instead. And you do. You still use the hope dice value to clear hit points and stress. So your hit points will slowly diminish until your body can't handle it anymore. Such a succinct design. Micah, if you're watching this, that werebat that we have during Dragons and Things could just use this shifter instead of the werewolf. I love this. It's really smart. I like this a lot. Anyway, I wanted to showcase this because I'm really thinking about using something similar to this to create my marks. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do it. It's been the hardest mechanic to design in all renditions of the 5e1 that I was making. But I feel like with this game, I can make this mechanics, and this is a really good base idea where I can make cards that are marks. And normally you pull things from the monster. And some of them could be thematic. And I think up until you get your third mark, because I think it was 3. When you're 3 marks, you become the monster. Like legitimately become the monster. You're not playable anymore. Unless what you become is a playable ancestry or heritage in this game. Ancestry. Then it would be. But anyway, I wanted to at least look at this, right? So back to this. I think we hit it all. I think the touchstones are good. I like the look of this. It's our chapter 1 overview going in. That's our framework pitch. And then the next page, oh, I do have a pattern back there. The next page, we go into everything else. So now I want to copy this, this, and this. I'm going to bring them onto this page. Let's also lock this, right? And we're going to go boom. And then we're going to change the base color to all these to that dark gray that we have. Right? And we're going to move. Oh, fuck me. This needs to be locked as well. I thought I locked this. I don't want to accidentally move that. So we're going to bring these up to the top. Like so. Get something on my screen. I got paint on here from when I was doing my ultimate terrain. Then we're going to go back into Daggerheart, pull this up, and I want to look at the frameworks again. Close this. Is there a quick key for fit to width? I don't think there is. I want to see how they do the second page. So they do put this across the side that says the Wither Wild. I think MmmM fixes that. They start with an overview, and then they put a brief piece here. But this is my least favorite of all of them, so I'm going to scroll a bit. I think this seems to be universal. Fucking bug. Yeah, this is universal, right? So we're going to go back to this. We're going to move this to the top corner. And then we're going to duplicate this. We are going to delete from here down. We're going to bring this up. Do I have it lined up? I do. I do. Cool. And then we're going to take this all the way across. And now we have this nice locked setup, right? And there is something else I haven't been doing, or at least I haven't showcased it. So we want them both bumped here, right? Let's double check how they frame theirs out. I just want to make sure I'm following similar. I am. They put a bigger gap. I kind of like the gap that they have. So we go like this, right? We're going to select all this. We're going to paste this in place. Why does theirs fit and mine does not fit? It's got to be because it's font size 10. And I think their page width is the same width. I think their margin might be smaller. I think this side margin's smaller. But I wanted big margins to put some notes in font size 8 with hyperlinks. Side left. No, it's the same. They're using fonts. I bet you with 10 it fits. Nope. How the fuck did they do this? Do I go font 10? That's still very legible. I like the bolder here, but 10 might be cleaner. Man, I never thought I would actually do a font size 10. Really didn't. That would allow me to drag this and fucking move it down and give it some breathing room. Line that up there. Bring this back up. I do not hate this. Holy fuck, I think I might actually be using font size 10 for this. I usually don't. I can't remember the last time I used font 10 for a design. No, I think we have to. Complexity rating, I think, can actually stay at a 12 to line that up properly. We'll just move this. We'll move this down a touch like that. That's pretty good. But even at a 10, this doesn't fit. For it to fit, it would have to be that wide, which is not our goal. Part of this is probably the font. So it's time to cut words. That's what this means. This is what being a designer means. That's why I like designing in the program I'm doing layout in, or writing, I should say, like final writing. If your group decides to play this campaign, give your players the following information before character creation. Give your players, if your group decides to play this campaign, give your players the following information during character creation. During? For character creation? Give them this following information for character creation. Give the players information below before. Damn it. If your group decides to play this campaign, give them. Oh my god. I missed it. It's a gnat. I got one gnat flying around. Do your job, tarantula. I need to name this tarantula, by the way. I know it's a boy because it's bright orange. I need to name this bitch. I haven't done that yet. There's no name yet for him. I don't know what I want to name him. At all. Is he out right now? Yep. I need to give him some water again today. He's a biggin. Anyway. Each time it's cast. Okay, anyway. If your group decides to play this campaign, give your players the information. Give your players the following information. Players the following info before the following. Give your players the following. I'm not going to call him Fred. He's going to turn purple. So he's orange to start, and he turns into an iridescent purple. Right now he's like a bright pumpkin orange and black. And they turn pinks and purples. I don't know. He's going to get like that big. If your group decides to play this campaign, give your players the following. Players information below. Give your players below. If your group decides to play this campaign, give your players the information below for a character creation. Players. Man, that sucks. The way they have it worded is the way I want to word it, but I want it to fit. I mean, I could get spicy. Oops, wrong thing. I could do this until it fits. Oh, fuck. I'll do that. Problem solved. No difference. So now we got to put in. This wasn't the pitch. Not name. I don't like human names for pets. I'm like my brother. I don't like human names. I'm not naming horchata. It's my least favorite drink in the world. I fucking hate horchata. Hate it. All my friends, when I drink it this summer, we get tacos at Bud's and horchata always comes with it. And I was like, dude, I don't want this in 90-degree fucking weather and humidity. So this is the overview. All right. Overview. So do I have a good overview? How is their overview done? Horchata. Get out of here. So they basically have the Age of Umbra, what it is, how it happened, cycle of the soul, how long it's been, what's going on elsewhere, and then different sections of the world. And then it goes into communities, right? Looks like he hid back behind here for the light. Yeah, he did. When I turned the light on, he hid. Let's see here. I don't know if I have all the pieces in here. I'm looking through, so I'm looking at my other one over here in front of me. And I have the history of Udarak and Imperia. And I have the ages for every 1,000 years, right? Roughly. And this is the age I played and ran. It was the age of Agamon. The son of Zyrocrux, the once order of the primordial plane, has been gaining followers and building an army of the Mark to storm the lava fields of the primordial and smash the doors of Terra Norn to reclaim his throne. This is probably the best description on what they're getting into. Boom, boom, boom. I'll obviously need to add some shit to it because it's not 100. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This might be something I have to write off screen. Because I have my GM version of it, which is decent. Because my other version, hold on here. Other version is, where's it at here? Why is this so big? I hate when it does it. Oh, it's a 110. Fuck, that's why. So I have the explanation version of it that would be, hold on here, let me switch back to here and here. So they have this piece here. The pace I just highlighted and cut. Magic is as common as breath and just as dangerous. The courts of humanity stand between the towering god spine, a mountain range said to be the calcified legs of a dead god. Whether myth or truth, its shadow has shaped centuries of royal lineage and ritual spellcraft. I used spellcraft again in the old one. I think I might change that again. Magic lifted humanity from ruin, but it never stayed clean. Because the idea is that it is fucking things up. The Flinting Fields. Beyond the god spine lies a shifting wasteland of monsters in ruin. The Flinting Fields change like seasons, but in violent extremes. Lush forests rotating overnight, frozen seas cracking into black deserts, armies marching to hold the fields, but they never hold them for long. And then the other category is later on for the GMs as the marks of man. When non-human creatures resist magic, something slips through, an echo, a scar, a mark. These marks settle into the flesh of the caster, and only rest can force them back. Sometimes they fade, sometimes they change you forever. Nobles prize certain marks as signs of strength, others hide beneath their silks and masks. This changed later on to where once you got your third mark, you were removed from the courts. You're not removed from Udarak, but you lost your courtly status. And I think that's the big change I made in 2.1, because this GM one's way old. I feel like that is something I would have to fix. You lose once you're seen as a monster. What would it be called if you're taken out of court? What do they call that? Like if you are no longer considered a noble or someone who can't be in it, like what would you call that? Stripped? Once you're seen as a monster, you are stripped. Your courtly title. Your title. You may stay in Udarak. Excommunicado. Excommunicated. Now you're not booted. You're removed from the court, but you aren't fucking murdered for it. Well, most of the time. How did I spell Utarak? Utarak. Is it over here? Utarak. Yeah, okay, I was spelling it right. Utarak. It is a capital T, okay? It's U''T-E-R-A-C-H. Many aim to hide. Any may aim to hide. There's many silk and masks. Okay. Court and crown. There's no crown. There's no king or queen. Court and masks. Court and game. Is it called the secret game? I think I called it Grand Assembly. Yeah, the Grand Assembly. Each ruled by family names and steeped in magic. Every noble carries spells like heirlooms. Heirloom's not the right word. Each noble carries spells like cult daggers. Will carry spells. Carry spells like weapons of war. Taught in the same breath as etiquette and law. Masks, literal and political, part of daily life, hiding alliances, vendettas, and the creeping touch of marks. Okay, that's correct. I remember why I wrote that. That is the right version of that. Life within the god spine. Common folk till fields. Life outside. Should be outside the god spine. Common folk till fields where crafts fight in border skirmishes, all while living under the shadow of their court. Magic infused daily life, from warded door frames to speaking mirrors, but every use carries a cost. Outside the cities, mercenaries, hunters, and exiles walk a narrow path between survival and the pull of the fields. True. I like that. Threats without and within. Monsters surge from flensing fields, carrying powers and curses unknown. Soldiers return marked, whispering of things that should not be. And the court's intrigue bleeds into sabotage and assassination, which is true. A lot of our games are like that. Kelly was the start of a lot of that. War may come again, but greater fear is that magic corruption will consume the living before steel ever does. I like this overall. So what I'm going to do, I want to look at Daggerheart. They do no bold titles here, which is weird to me. Why would you not? I guess the overview is one thing. I kind of want like bold title statements in here. Do any of the other ones use bold title statements? Like this. See how they have this kind of set up? I kind of want that kind of stuff. But they didn't do that. Instead, let's go to a different framework here. No, they don't do it for any of them. Why? Why do they choose to not break it up? This is just a kind of a drivel of words. I mean, I could do it. Hold on here. I'm going to cut from here to here from this and put this in here. This should not be italicized. And then I need to stayed clean. Boom. And then it's the Flinting Fields. And it's like, this was a title in mind. I kind of want to break it up. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do these here, like I did here. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I don't. I mean, I could always just bold this. Because I want them to know what they're about to read about. I feel like it's easier to see that title and tell them you're reading about the marks of men. You're reading about X, Y, and Z, right? Because the next up is a grand assembly. So that would go... God damn it. Can I please not fucking do that? So let me... Okay, hold on here. Let me lock this, but I want to only lock position. And I only want to lock position again. All right, that'll help. I'll stop moving it around then. I mean, Nick, what do you think? Would you title them like this so they know what they're reading about? Like, I feel like this makes sense. And I don't like the in here, they don't. For their overview, it's just a piece across, and then, like, I am going to bold the areas that are important keywords. And I'm probably going to make a terminology sheet at the end that if you click these, it will tell you what they are at the end. But I don't like the idea of not having this bold. Like, this is just a story, but it feels weakened. And the fact in design that they're not telling you what you're reading about. And maybe that's just because when I'm looking for something, I skim. You know what I mean? For bold titles and shit. Why is this not bolding? Oh my God, can I not do it? Is that how that works? If you position includes that? Okay, get fucked. Yep, it does. I have a feeling I could put more here, but I want art there. So I'm going to put it here. Like so. You can't. I don't like that. That's weird to me that you can't fucking bold it. So I'll do like that. Right? And then I think I want playing marked characters. Because I have a section on that in my notes. And I feel like it helps. So I like the divide like this. I could not put them there, but... Hmm. I like where this is going. It reads well. I have space. I think art is going to go here. So let me grab an art piece. It's got to go across the bottom. I want something with a little style. Although just a pencil marked art piece could go really well across the bottom. I don't need the tatter. This is clean. I think I just need a rectangle across. I think just this. Right? Where you just go like this. Shorten this bitch. And bring it over. And bring it up. Like this. And then push it to the back. But not behind the texture. Like so. And this, I can definitely lock the position on for now. Until I get art that goes there. But I feel like I need another paragraph. I feel like there's something that's missing. Oh, the ages. How the ages change. Okay. I have an entire section on that. Let me paste this over here. And see if I like the final version. Right, bold. And I also want to see if there's a way for me in editing. File, settings, margins, hide, English, playback. There's those margins. I don't know if there's a way to change the return without manually fucking changing it for every fucking return. Maybe it's in guides. No, it's not. I have to manually do this. This pisses me off. I don't want to do this every fucking time. So that means I got to find a way to do this, or I'm going to have to do this in a different program. Because doing this for every one of these is fucking aggravating. To have a 0.5 version instead of the full return. I like half returns for this kind of shit. It saves space. You can still see what's going on. But doing this for every one of them is just fucking ridiculous to me. And there's more settings, but they don't have anything here for like typography changes. I'm gonna try this. I don't know what this does. Oh, it squishes the middle. Fucking dumb. That's a pretty good fill. Why did I do this? I don't like the word alien. I don't know why I used the word alien. I want to use actual. Each visual change. The beholder's eye. Clawed fingers. Dragon-scaled skin. Here we go. All right, done. I think this is a good overview. So let's read this out loud and see if we did it justice, right? Like we want to feel like we did this right. I am going to copy these. We're going to go to the next page. We're going to paste them. And then we're going to grab this and copy these. We're going to paste them here. And then the next page, instead of being an overview, well, they continued more. Well, it would be communities for me. Communities would be the next thing. They also, Motherboard has some weird things where they're talking about special shit. I might need a second page. I don't know about that. So instead, for now, I'm just going to put communities. Right? Like so. And then we can do the community section next. And then I think they explained it as in it's a change to communities. Yeah, so here. All communities are available, but some have unique aspects within Motherboard. So we're going to do that. We're going to do this. Do they not do a bold? When do they do bolds across? Do they only do it if it's the start of it? Oh, yeah, they don't even do it for these. Oh, weird. Just the overview does. So this literally gets to be part of this. So I guess we do not fucking need this. And this instead becomes this version, right? We copy this. And we go down here, we delete this communities, and we go like this. This becomes communities. And then I need to, oh, fuck, I forgot to bring the box down. Shit, I forgot that wasn't framed together. We'll group it, cut it. We'll come back down here, delete this, ba-doom. Now we can slide this up to here. About there. Right? And then we get all this space now. So this is big. The way their communities work, we're going to copy and paste their version, which is fucking dumb that it's spaced. I hate when you cut and paste in spaces this way. So even if I did it without formatting, I did the Control-Shift-V and it still does it. All communities are available, but some have unique aspects within MmmM campaign. As needed, provide the following information to your players and choose one or more of the questions to ask them during your session 0. Okay, so that's how they set it up. I kind of want to look at what it is. And I'm going to set this up, and I think that's probably where I'm going to stop working after I figure this piece out. Just going to replay this for now. So the way theirs is set up in communities is it is a bold community and then a lowercase one with the mark. So they're doing the bold version and a smaller one here. But I don't have that as an option in my template yet. So I should probably create that. So we're going to go like this. We're going to go, God damn it. Lock, bitch, lock. We're going to go like, oh, I didn't lock. I'm probably going to do this for every page. And I think I forgot to do this when I did the fucking design. I'll have to do that later. I'm not doing it right now. So we're going to move this down. This now becomes full, right? Like all the way across. Like so. And technically, it should be like that. It's how we've been designing it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to like that. And then we're going to, I guess, we'll do the first community. And the first, so it goes Loreborn. So we're going to do a Loreborn. So this will become Loreborn. Born. Is that how they spell it? B-O-R-N-E. Yep. And then we're going to make this bold, which we've done. And then we're going to color just this piece in the dark pink, right? And then we're going to bump this over and fit this bitch down here. And that means this has got to become smaller. Like so. And then now, boom. How did that get fucked up? Is that how there's a setup, or is there a return? I feel like there's a return. There's a return. Because it's a title. So it's like that. So hold on. I had it right the first fucking time. Like that. These are going to probably have to get added after I write everything. Or they need to become... They have to be their own left to rights locked in. That's what's going to happen. So let me... I'm going to fucking wipe this. Right? We're going to duplicate it. And now this will go here. We'll have to figure out our spacing up there later. We are going to delete this. Delete this. Delete this. We made it go edge to edge. I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to delete this garbage. Why is it moving down? This shouldn't do that. It's a left to right. So weird. I want to lock the position on this one, I think. Fuck. Okay, now I can edit it. This is a 10, but I think I want this to be a 12. We're going to bring this up, and then we're going to scoot this in just the size of this. Yeah, like so. So it's centered. I like the gap. I like this. And then now these will be grouped. So now every time I put one of these, I can just copy this title page, and this will give me the whole format for the rest of the shit that I'm doing. So now I could duplicate. Let me unlock it. Hold on here. Now I can grab this, duplicate it, bring it down. Relock this. And then let's go back and see how they format there. So it's paragraph, bullet points. Paragraph, bullet points. Always 3. So we're going to go paragraph. Let's see if we like the bullet points. I like making custom ones more. So, what is the first one? Let's see what these questions are. You discovered something, you trained, you tricked. So there are 3 questions you ask yourself. So, court, trainer, who trained you? Loreborn. Who trained you in the court of magic? And then, why is this bumping up? Why is it doing this? I don't want it to move. Let's see if I lock it positionally if it stays. Who trained you in the courts of magic? What else makes sense for lore? What is loreborn? Many. I don't like that it shrinks to the middle. I want it to be locked to the top. I feel like there is a setting I changed. I bet you it's this. I bet you that's what it is. I'm a fucking idiot. %. 100% that's what it is. Text anchors top down. I'm a fucking moron. How did I change that? Okay, these are right. All right. Let's just try this now. Shit. Fuck. Many lore-born communities come from the courts of magic and hidden societies of knowledge. Okay, so we need to look up my courts. Because I don't remember where they are. It's Court of the Shield, Court of the Hound. I think Court of the Eye and Bone. Is it Eye and Scale? Court of the Eye. They're diviners, so Court of the Eye. And what is Scale? Artistic works of the dragon. The only creature not created from magic. Each family follows one of the chromatic metallic dragons. I think that I'm going to go with Court of the Eye as the most common. Yeah. I even have like courtly attire and everything for everybody. Many loreborn communities come from the courts of magic. Court of the Eye. Many loreborn communities come from the courts or come from those trained in the Grand Assembly. Court of the Eye. And hidden societies of knowledge. Although you may find stationed in the fencing fields or forward cams to right forward cams as scribes of war. Who trained you in the courts of magic? So what are their questions like? Just for you discovered something about the fallen ones. Oh, so these are like really personal. They're not really about the people you know ever. Yeah, no. So okay. What was your grand achievement? Gained you tier 2 in the Grand and Assembly. What was your profound achievement of knowledge? What was your achievement of knowledge? I gained you tier 2 in the Grand Assembly. What was your achievement in knowledge that gains you tier 2 in the Grand Assembly? Okay, I like that. You found a book, tome, or site of lost information. You currently keep secret from the rest of the courts. What is it? What is it? And do you know why? Keep it secret. Done. Do they italicize theirs? I didn't even look at that. Nope. To try to keep the 2 sentences, I see a few that are 3. That's 4. I just say you found a book or site of knowledge. A book or site of lost knowledge. Of lost history. I'll say history. Of lost magical history that you currently keep secret from the rest of the courts. What is it? What is it? Why do you keep it secret? Why? Hey, serving hands. Why do you keep it secret? Keep it secret, keep it safe. That's the rules, right? And then my last question, so I need one more. So, god damn it. I'm going to move this to here. I'm just going to close this. We're not going to work on Breachers today. I'm not going to have time. A loved one was badly injured in an incident during a scrap. Okay, so let's look at this. You have a trick to get any machine up and running. Are you on break or are you done for the day? Court. It's marked heavily. Do you keep them safe? Do you keep it quiet? Do you keep it quiet? Or keep it as blackmail? Got to ask those courtly questions. On break. Nice. So this is a sample of what it will look like when you set things up. How big of a gap are they putting? About the same as the one above. This needs to be italicized, though. I fucked that up. So I need to unmark this piece, and then we need to italicize it. Done. And now we can rebind it. And that gap is the same as this gap here. Right? 835, 835. Okay, good. And now I can mark that and put it in place. Can I duplicate this now? No, I can't. So I have to undo this. I have to unmark this. I have to highlight these. I have to duplicate it. Duplicate it. Bring them down. Like so. And then we can change this. So Lowerborn was the first one. What's the second? Orderborn. Okay. So now we can lock this. And then we can lock the position. And then we can put Orderborn. So what is Orderborn in this? So they are giving locations. I need to see what Orderborn is in the game, though. So let's go to the back of the book. All the way to the back. Actually, no. No, because it doesn't give as much of this does. This gives a better definition of the communities. And this is really what we should be looking at. Because I want to see what Loreborn... So they have Highborn. I don't even think they did Highborn in theirs. I need to add Highborn. So technically speaking, we need to grab these, unlock them, unlock it, unlock it. We need to move these down and duplicate it again. So we're going to fucking slide these down to the bottom. We're going to duplicate this one again. We're going to bring this up to here. We are going to do Highborn. Right? And then we're going to grab this and push it back. I want to make it so that I can get this and this, this and this, and move it down till it's at the 0.83. And then the goal will be to write this one a little shorter than how I wrote Highborn before. I want to lock that. And I want... Why can't I collect this? Hold on here. We want... Is it this one that I shoved down too far? I did. I shoved it way too fucking far. This should be under Highborn. It should be under here. This should be... Unlock this. Unlock. I'm going to move this to the top. I just want to get these positionally right, because then I can duplicate pages and edit them easier. So boom, boom, boom. All right. So what is a Highborn then? Part of a Highborn community means you're accustomed to a life of elegance, opulence, prestige. Okay, so how would it be different in this? I'm going to say Highborn is tier 1. So it's going to be are born into a tier 1 family of a court. But with it comes all the responsibility, ability, secrets, responsibility, training, secrets, and backstabbing, training, spycraft, and backstabbing of is it the Great Game? What did I fucking name it? Is it the Grand? No, Grand Scheme is Castlings. It's under the game. I thought I called it the Secret Game. The Secret Game, yeah, okay. Of the secret game. This is a bold for sure, because this is something that has to be referenced later. I'm going to comment, add to terminology. So hyperlink. Hyperlink to terminology page. There's going to be a common thing that I'm going to be adding. Done. Close. You're born into a tier 1 family of the courts, but with comes all the responsibility training. It's your game. Well, it's courts. Take the bold off. Upper echelon. Few survive. I know, I said it. But few survive into old age. Hyperlink. Yep, hyperlink drink. Yeah, it's going to happen. So, your family name is known. Large. It's known. There's something. It's known for. Your family name is known. Do you hide from it? Right? Betrayed a close friend or family member during the secret game. Do you feel bad, or is it just how it is played? The next one. Money is power, but secrets are everything. Okay. The others would kill for. Money is power to the common. But secrets are everything. What secret do you hold that others would kill for? Done. Loreborn. Done. Orderborn. This is the next one we were working on. The idea for this one was mini. So we were going to look at Orderborn. That was the next thing we were doing. So we have Highborn. I might make some new features. Nah, I like the features. I think they can stay. Part of an Orderborn community means that you're from a collective that focuses on discipline of faith. And you uphold a set of principles. Okay, so this is about the gods. So let's go with my gods. Someone of of faith, devotion, and privilege. Would it be privilege? No. Someone of faith, devotion, and order. Find gods walking among you after Renvo sent them to the fields. Let's sent them to the material. Sent them to learn what they made. You are someone of faith, devotion, and order. You place and you are someone of faith, devotion, and order, grounded in the fact that your gods walk among you. Gods walk among you. Renvo sent them to the material to learn what they made. You met your god. So I'm going to say, you met your god. What did they say to you? You met your god. You met your or a god. What did they say to you? You met a god. What did they say to you? I'm just gonna say your god, because it fits better and that works for what we're doing. You may worship all of them, but you're usually under one. Let's see here. It's fucking hot here too today, dude. Let me tell you what. I'm not looking forward to walking Fee in this. At fucking all. I'm finishing up this last community, and then I'm calling it for the day. I'm gonna go walk her. I want to play some games for a little bit and take a break. Yeah, it is 94. Hold on here. Let's see. Wait, let's have some fun here. Hold on. Let's see what she has to say.
Weather. I redirected the bad weather to areas with high concentrations of Pizzagate conspiracy theorists.
It's currently 91. Feels like 97. Air quality alert still going on from all the fires in Canada. Super fun. Super fun. All right, anyway, let's finish this up. Met your god, what did they say to you? You carry a holy object of a past age. Does it give you your power, or do you use it to praise, to pray to you? It's a connection. Use it to pray to your god. What is it? And then the last one. What's a good question? It's a lovely 71 in San Francisco. Hold on here. Let me just find my cares. What do I want? What do I want this to be? I need a third thing for them. I think all of their stuff, like looking at it, these are all long. This is page 75, right? But I feel like in the frames, they're not that long. Some are big. I guess they're all roughly, some are shorter than others. Orderborns are the shortest. They tie them to the setting to the best of their ability. Players might choose to build Orderborn characters if they want to play a current form of members. So it's very tied specifically to the setting. What has it been, 60? Even better? Nessie? Let's see here. The City of Courts. How do you help them grow? Grow. Okay. I need a third question for them. I just want to stand. I'm tired of sitting here. Ugh. I don't know what I want this third one to be. You met your god. What do they say to you? You carry a holy object of a past age. Does it give you power? Or do you use it to pray to your god? What is it? And then in the City of Courts. In the City of Courts. Someone has it out with you. Do you know what you did? Done. Okay, so that's 3. Look how clean that is, though, right? So now I can just delete this bitch. And then if I do this right, I can grab these, copy, go here, paste, drag them all over, put it right in that corner, and I should be able to fit one more below this. So the ones I have left, if we go, is there a tab back? I wish, I'm gonna try something. I don't know. Now, well, it's page 75, if I remember. So it goes Orderborn. What's next? Ridgeborn. I just want to label these. Ridgeborn. What's next? Seaborn. Oops, wrong one. Seaborn. That's going to be a hard one. Because there's only seas to the north and south. Do you want to trade? Hell no, I don't want to change weather. I love my weather. Oh shit. Seaborn, Slyborn. This, I think this is gonna be the one that gets played the most, to be honest with you. Slyborn. And then let's duplicate this again. That's too far. So that means this is gonna have to go here. So this is gonna be a 2-pager, I think. Like so, right? I'm gonna group this. It's a Slyborn, and Slyborn goes to what's after that? God damn it. Slyborn, Underborn. I'm gonna make a note that this should be a circle of blades. You may be a member the circle of blades, chromatic talons, or even a marked living deep below the city of Quartz and into the depths, Quartz, and into, it's the Cerenvest and the, what is it? Fuck, I forgot now. Abayun, Avagon, Fira, Varenvoss, and the Cerenvest. So Varenvoss. Into the Varenvoss. Deep into the veins of the Varenvoss. Might even, or even a fully marked, living deep below the city of Quartz in the veins of the Varenvoss. Okay, done. So that's your Underborn. Is there another one? Wanderborn. So yeah, we have one more. So now we need this. God damn it, rookie. Lock, please. Lock, please. Right. So now we're gonna duplicate. If we ungroup. No, let's just delete that. Let's grab, I'm gonna grab 2 of these. I'm gonna put it below here. Like so. And then this is Wanderborn. I don't think there's anything after Wanderborn. I think that's the last one. Wildborn. Nope, there's one more. Ooh, Wildborn is probably going to be the Flensing Fields. Those born at war, deep within, or the war. Or war. Those born at war. Under the protection, quote, the rose can be rose find themselves traveling army until called home. You can find, you may Could be born planes in a different plane. Plane, but most are found around in flensing fields. Okay, done. Kind of have this into effect so people know what it is. We have that here. Kind of mark all this stuff. So now these are the ones I have to do, right? Like I have these laid out. So now if we go back to the full page review, we have our cover, our update for inside cover, because we don't know what the fuck we're going to put there yet. Probably tables or some form. A blank page. Our license is here. I'll do the credits. I need to format that. A table of contents. Our welcome page is set up. Our main page is set up. Our overview is set up. And now our community page 1 and then community ancestries are here. And we made sure we made sure to match our flipping pages pretty well. Actually, no, we did not. We are going to have to move some of the flipping around or these, because I think technically it would be those two and then blank page and then those and then those and then yeah. So this one is fucked up. I would need to change this to the other side. Right? Right? Easy enough to actually fix this shit. I'm not too worried about it. And I had a feeling I was gonna have to fix this crap frequently. Just because of how difficult it is to do it in Canva. But it's not horrible. I can even just go through when I'm done, cut and paste, label the chapters. I just wanted them there as templates so I know what I'm fucking with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't fuck it up. Let me go down here and grab one of these. So if I grab this, let me delete this and paste it. Then we're going to go positions. And this should be like the back, right? But like, this won't be hard to fix. Because all I'm really doing is moving these page pieces around. Or duplicating this page, deleting the shit and adding it. It's not too hard. But it is, that's probably the final pass thing I'm going to have to do is look at the trade dress on the edges. Or organize it. I think I'll do it once I have all of the communities and shit written. But it's coming along. And it's easier to write than I thought it was going to be. Because now the Wildborn will be done and I can go through and I can add art if I want to. But you don't see a lot of art in sections. Because if you go back to here, we go to frameworks, right? You don't see much other than what they teach you here. And then you go in here and it's like, boom, done, art, done. Communities, they only tell you the ones that have changed. And here they kind of tell you in groups. And then you go into ancestries. And only if there's changes. And for me, it's going to be big because you don't start as a marked individual. And if you do want to start as a marked individual, we're just going to do the split ancestries. And if you're considered split ancestry, you have one mark to start. And that's how it goes. And then you're going to be able to gain more ancestral traits as you play. And once you hit, I think it's 3 or 4, you transform into the most powerful mark that you have. It consumes all your other marks, and you become that creature. So that means if you're in combat and someone gains their 4th mark, instead of going out in a blaze of glory, if they have a 4th mark when they die, they turn into that monster and start acting as that monster. And I give them the monster sheet. It's pretty wild. Now, if it's a playable ancestry, like an elf or a dwarf or a kobold or a lizard folk or whatever. Those don't have that happen. So I'm pretty excited, man. This is coming along. The game is built, the setting is built to be used with a system similar to this. But yeah, that's kind of the day today. Like, that's kind of what I was aiming to do, is to get this organized and running more. But with that said, hold on here. We gotta go into the classics here. We're gonna close out the show. I hope everyone had a chill day today. This is a nice little work day for me. I got a lot done during that work, which is what I'm looking for. But I wanted to say thank you, of course, to all my patrons, all the people who have been here since day one, helping me do this shit. So let's go over. See if I can get it to work. I want to see if I can get it to work. Because technically speaking, this thank you is supposed to pull this and slide me. But I think it just does this now. It's supposed to play this part. Yeah, I didn't play the toe tags. There it is. From the slab. This is supposed to say toe tags. I'll have to fix that. But anyway, thank you to all the patrons who have made this possible. You guys are amazing. Without the supporters, there's no way in hell I'd be able to do what I do right now. So between this, the subscribers on YouTube, the people who back through using Streamloots, whatever versions of those you are, thank you so much for being one of the creeps to help support. Obviously, many of you bought merch over the years as I solo produce them, ship them out, and get them ready. I hope you all enjoy what we've been putting out in EFP this year. We have tons more to come, lots of interviews on the way, and thanks to these people, more to do as the year continues. That's it for me today on Rise and Design. I will see you guys all here in probably a Monday will be the next time I'm up. I think I'm working the next 2 days, but hopefully we can get into Mythic Bastion lands, and I can tell you all our special guest is Drew. He's actually going to be joining for 2 episodes in a row with our current group of players. I'm excited. We've talked about what he's doing. There's some other secrets going on for those who've been there for the secret times. And we'll be back then at 8 p.m. on Monday with more. Hopefully by the end of this weekend, I'll have a pretty good chunk of this stuff done, and we can get into some more Magic and Monsters Marks of Men for Daggerheart. On Wednesday, we're going to be looking into Draw Steel and seeing what that's all about, seeing if it's something we can learn from, games we can use. But that'll be coming here next week. Until then, everybody, stay fucking rotten. Because if you're not, are you really living life? I don't think so. See you guys later.